What do you think, Mario?
Pues creo que vamos a empezar entonces directamente con,
Okay,
efectivamente,
so we
como
will simply
comenta
start. We will
Mario,
simply
nuestra
start
agenda de hoy
with
tiene
our
tres
agenda.
partes eh, que van unidas realmente
Our
por tres
plan for
patas, pero
today
tendría
is
que
to
quedar
go
así
through three
menos
different
importante y llamativo
sessions.
y se supone que hoy tenemos que eh,
So first of all, we'll
valorar, evaluar
start with
cómo está
a
yendo
brief
este
overview
proyecto
of our
y
project,
proceder con ese
and
proceso
then we
tomando
will
esas
proceed
tres
with the
patas, que
assessment
es el
of the
chatbot
actions
que vamos a
and
empezar por
measures
él,
we have
después
taken so
recordar que
far.
dentro del
Mostly,
portal
we will
una de las
focus
situaciones
on
que
our
será el
chatbot,
videoblog
on
que
our
corresponderá presentar
information
a
website,
nuestro colega
and
Mario.
then we will
Pues
move
voy
on to
entonces a
vlogs,
presentar, comenzar
and vlogs will
con
be
esta primera
presented
parte
by
del
Marek
chatbot.
Benyon.
Simplemente he
So
preparado
let me
breve
start
presentación un poco de lo que
right
hemos,
away with
lo que hemos
the
hecho hasta ahora para
first
luego
topic,
dar
that
la
is
palabra,
chatbot.
tomarnos
Let
todos y evaluar
me
efectivamente
recap
qué
what
está
we
yendo
have done
en
so
este
far, and
momento
then I will
nuestro
hand
proyecto.
over the mic to
Como
you
todos
to
recordáis,
hear what you think
desarrollamos el
about
chatbot
our chatbot and its
a
functionality.
primeros
As you
2020
know,
nuestro
we have
proyecto
developed this
con
chatbot
un
because
recorrido
that
que
was the
quizás es
plan.
modesto
This
y
is what we
elegimos
have
una
committed
guía
to in
de
our
18 pasos
project.
posibles.
So it
Elegimos
is based
ese tipo
on text
conversacional híbrido en el
messaging,
que
and
el
we have
chatbot
selected a
respondería a las
hybrid
preguntas que
chatbot.
realizasen por
So
escrito,
the
pero
aim of the
daba la
chatbot is to
posibilidad de que
provide
ante esa
answers to
ausencia
written
de una
questions.
respuesta correcta o ante
However,
el
there was
desconocimiento de
an
una respuesta,
additional option.
realizaría,
Uh,
se
Whenever
comunicaría
the
con un
chatbot was
agente
unable
humano
to
para
provide
que
correct
fuese el agente humano el que
information, it was
respondiese
supposed
esa
to
cuestión
communicate
que el
with
bot
an
no
expert
sabría responder
that
en ese
would
momento
then
y con
provide
poco idea
an
de qué
answer
grado
to
estas
a more
respuestas nos
complex
fuese dando.
question.
Este fue
So
primero el
obviously,
objetivo de
the
cómo
point
se
is
elaboraban
to
esos
include
chatbots.
these
Para
answers, to
elaborar el
feed
chatbot,
these answers into the
hemos vivido
chatbot
en primera persona la
database.
mayoría de los que
Let
estamos hoy
me
aquí.
briefly
Hemos
remind you what the
elaborado
work on the
era muy
chatbot
lejano,
looked
hace un
like.
año,
Most of
en
you
2022,
were in Malaga
en la que
almost a
definimos
year ago in
esas
June,
bases para elaborar el
and
chatbot
it
y
was in Malaga
posteriormente
where we
aparecen una serie de
defined the
reuniones que
databases
hemos hecho con
necessary
10
to teach
expertos
the chatbot how to
designados
answer.
para este
And then
proyecto.
we held
Creamos
some
el proceso de
expert
estas
meetings. I
reuniones
believe
los
there
meses
were
de mayo y de junio del año
three
pasado,
meetings
presentando
of
informes nacionales
10
y
experts each,
elaborando entre todos
and we
diferentes
presented
bloques de
national
preguntas y
reports,
respuestas
and we
generales
have drafted
y
some
específicas
questions
de cada
and
país y
answers.
específicas
There
para
were
nuestro
both
entorno
general
concreto
questions and
dirigidos a
country-specific
cubrir el
questions,
sector de la
both
agricultura
of
y el
more
sector de
general
la
nature
manufactura.
and sector-specific nature,
Tuvimos
because let me
aquí
remind you, we are
detallar
focusing
distintos
on the
documentos sobre estas
manufacturing and
preguntas y
agricultural
respuestas
sectors.
y además
So we
informar
have shared
de nuestro
documentation,
proyecto y de
answers,
cada país
questions
inicialmente
that
en
we
el
have
mismo,
prepared.
una serie de preguntas y
And
respuestas también
even though we
referidas
have
a
not
las
planned
cuestiones
to do
migrantes,
so
no
in
solo
our
a los
project, we have
trabajadores
prepared some
desplazados
questions
en
and
el marco
answers
de una prestación de
regarding
servicios de
migrant
la Unión Europea
workers. So
y
apart
profesionales de terceros
from
países, sino
posted
que
workers,
elaboramos también
we have
un análisis
also
y una serie
added
de
some
cuestiones referidas a
information
las
about
personas
migrant
migrantes. Finalmente,
workers.
con toda
So
esa
we also
documentación,
have questions and answers
elaboré y correspondía a
specific
mí
to this
un
group.
catálogo de preguntas y
Based
respuestas,
on this
investigando
documentation, I have prepared
las
a
recibidas
catalog
y
that
realizadas por cada uno
includes
de los
all of
expertos
the
del
questions and
proyecto
answers
y este fue,
provided
digamos,
by
el mes de
our
septiembre
experts.
para que a
Then
partir de ese
experts
momento
reviewed
el técnico,
questions
el
and
ingeniero,
answers prepared by other
nos tiene que
experts. So there was
enseñar
this cross
algo
check within our
para
group.
convertir o
And
construir este
in
chatbot.
September, our
Hemos tenido
IT
algunas
technician
dificultades
started to
para
feed this
funcionar el
material into
chatbot
the
por una
chatbot database.
tubería muy
There were
importante que
some
era la
problems
puesta en
regarding the
funcionamiento
launch
por
of this
diferentes
chatbot, and
motivos que
I
vamos a
will
tener que
tell you in
explicar
general
en
what
la
they
propia
entailed.
enseñanza
Most of them were
junto
technical
con
issues,
las
technical problems.
cuestiones que le
it was difficult to teach the chatbot to provide correct answers to our questions. And in January, we ran a test trial. We launched a beta version of the chatbot. I was, I believe, the only one who knew about it because I wanted to verify whether our chatbot was working. And I realized in January that chatbot mostly answered that it couldn't provide me with any answers, even though my questions were pretty basic. So, fortunately, the engineers that were responsible for the project found a solution, found the right
De tal
solution.
forma que el día 31 de enero, la fecha
And
creo que
on
estamos
the
tomando
31st
referencia,
of
empezó el
January
bot a
2025,
responder
our
correctamente a
chatbot
las preguntas.
started
Creo que además a
functioning
partir de esta
and
fecha
giving correct
ya
answers
todos
to
el
questions.
técnico, los socios,
And I
tienen
believe
oportunidad
that
de conocer y de acceder
from
al
that
chatbot
date,
para hacer vuestro propio
enough
análisis.
time has
El
passed
objetivo
for
de
all of the
esta
partners
primera
to
fase
verify the operation of the
reunión.
chatbot. Now,
Yo
this
quería
is
comentar
actually the
la
purpose of the
misión
first part of our meeting
Emisión.
today,
Yo
to
he hecho
discuss
estas
the
58
outcomes
preguntas, no
of
son
our
muchas ni son
tests.
pocas, pero entiendo que en cuanto
So
conozcamos
I
las
asked
que
our
hayáis podido
chatbot
plantear
54
vosotros
different
y
questions.
el resultado obtenido, podemos tener esa primera
I wanted to
aproximación
analyze the
de la
way it is
evaluación del
working.
funcionamiento
So
real
I
de
also
nuestro
wanted to
chatbot.
hear from you.
Yo hice
According to
54
you,
preguntas, como digo, reunión los
what
días de febrero,
is
durante el mes de febrero
the
brevemente, 7 de
functionality
carácter
of our
general sobre la
chatbot?
normativa
Does it
europea.
work correctly?
Recuerdo que
I
nuestro
asked 7
catálogo de
general
preguntas
questions
de
on EU
respuestas tenía
regulations.
una,
And I
un
remember
bloque de
that
preguntas
in
y
our
respuestas
database of
referidas
questions
a la
and
normativa
answers,
europea que
that was the
pensábamos
first
no
group. The
deberían
first group
dar
of questions
lugar
were the
a
questions focusing
conflictos
on
interpretativos
European
de la
legislation, so
normativa,
there
ni de
should be
normativa
no
en
errors,
materia de
no
seguridad social en
problems with the
general
interpretation
para
of these
todos los
questions
Estados miembros
whatsoever. These questions were quite
referidos a
general. They
al
refer to
desplazamiento de
social
trabajadores.
insurance,
Hubo
social
respuestas a estas
security,
cuestiones, por tanto,
and the
todos
rules
coincidís en
applicable
la
to
pregunta.
posted workers.
Entendía que era
But
algo
having
básico y
asked
de
7
relativa
basic
fácil respuesta por
general
el chatbot,
questions,
efectivamente
I
respondí
mean,
otro de las
7
respuestas
basic
fueron
easy
totalmente
questions, in my
correctas.
opinion,
Dos respuestas fueron
I
correctas, pero
received
desde mi punto
4
de
correct
vista
answers.
muy mejorables,
2
porque podía
correct
haberse
answers
incluido más
that,
información y
from
sobre
my
todo
point of view,
más
could have been
información si no tenéis
phrased
un mensaje de
better.
texto
So the
con
chatbot could
enlaces.
have provided
Hace de
us with
nuestro
more information,
ejercicio de debate
um,
elaborar
given that these
el
were
catálogo de
written answers
preguntas
with
y
links.
respuestas
And
del
I
chatbot.
remember that
En
when
los
we
últimos
were
tiempos y todos
discussing
aportamos,
the
todos los
format of
expertos,
questions and
que
answers,
nuestras
all of the
preguntas
experts
el
have
enlace
emphasized the
que
fact that we
permitía
need to provide
aumentar la
links.
información que
We
se podía dar.
concluded
Yo
that
echo de
such
menos en
additional
estas tres
links
sesiones de las
will
7
be an opportunity
tener
for us to
esa
provide
información,
the
porque
users with
vosotras
additional
también
information.
los habíais
So, what
facilitado y creo
I
que ayudaba
found
a
missing,
una
what I found
persona
lacking
que
were the
quisiese
links.
acceder a
Um,
nuestro chatbot
well, there were some
para
links that were
buscar la
useful to
respuesta
all
a
of the
complementar la información que
people
le podíamos dar. Por
using
tanto, para mí sería
using our chatbot.
un
But
cumplido.
in the
Luego, la
2
respuesta
questions I am
24
referring to, the
no
2
correcta.
questions
No
that
me
were
recuerdo
correct
por
but
cuáles eran ni
incomplete,
cuáles no eran.
links were
Y además
lacking.
de esas
And
7
there
preguntas,
was one
en
answer
15 días
that
he
was
realizado hasta
simply
47
incorrect.
preguntas
Apart
más
from these
sobre
7
cuestiones
general
específicas. Y
questions,
cuando digo
I
específicas me
asked
refiero
47
referidas a
specific
los socios,
questions.
a los países de los socios del
What
proyecto,
did they
como a
entail?
los sectores.
So
Por
I
ejemplo,
asked
el primer
questions specific to
punto es el
our
sector
countries
agrícola
and
y el
specific to
sector
our sectors
manufacturero.
of interest,
De
so the
esas 47
manufacturing
preguntas,
sector
igual,
and the
creo que era un
agricultural
porcentaje
sector.
que son
Out
claramente
of these
mejorables. 18 fueron
47
correctas desde mi punto de
questions,
vista, sin
a relatively
necesidad de
high
añadir más
percentage
información.
of
15 eran
questions could
correctas, pero
have been
como he comentado en casos
drafted,
anteriores,
worded better. So
con
there were
mucha
18
información,
correct
quizá era
answers,
demasiado
15 answers
limitada
that
la
were
información que se
overall
proporcionaba
correct,
o al menos
but could be improved. I believed that the response was a little bit too curt, too succinct. It could have contained more information, or at least a link could have been given. These are text answers, so it is not an issue. More information can be given. So, four answers were patently incorrect, and in one case, the chatbot simply gave me an answer that it didn't know. It didn't know the answer to my own question. So we need to think about this matter. How can we improve the quality of these questions? Because the answers, sorry, because I asked questions that were included in the database sent to our technician that were supposed to be fed into the chatbot. So I was surprised by the fact that there were incorrect answers and cases where our chatbot simply didn't provide an answer saying it doesn't know it. So I asked some of the questions in the English language, relying on our catalog of questions and answers. So out of the questions that I asked in the English language, out of 9, 3 were correct. 5 answers were correct, but then, according to me, they lacked some information, and in one case, I didn't get any answer at all. So these are the outcomes of the analysis that I myself have carried out. And as I have said, the purpose of the first part of our meeting today is to give us a chance to comment on this analysis, to comment on your own tests, and to say what could be improved to identify the areas that need improvement. As I have said at the very beginning, our chatbot is a hybrid model. So the basic function involves these written questions and answers, and whenever the chatbot is unable to answer, it is supposed to contact an expert and send this question to the correct answer, to the correct expert to get an answer from a human. So in my analysis, I have noted one thing. So in some cases, our chatbot didn't know how to answer, but did not forward the question to the relevant expert. Now, apart from the chat, we need to mention our information website because the two products are intertwined. But before we move on to the website and before I hand over the mic to you, I wanted to say something about dissemination. I don't know what we have done, what you have done so far to promote our chatbot, and I have a proposal. I'm thinking here about Vicky Metal from Portugal. I would like to suggest to encourage them to get engaged in promotion. Maybe we could link our chatbot on your websites. In Spain, we have two different organizations, and both of them included information about this chatbot in our news sections. But so far, we haven't done anything else. So when I discuss the information website, I will explain why we have not done anything else so far. We have prepared relevant information, press release, but I wanted to get your feedback so that all of us know how to proceed and operate in the same way. So, the website of our project is the responsibility of Vicky Metal, and I believe that our colleagues from Vicky Metal have prepared some information, and we can think together whether we could publish some general information or maybe we could send out a newsletter on the topic. Because the point is to disseminate the information on the chatbot. It's the best way to proceed to do it simultaneously and in a consistent manner. So once it is launched, we should promote it together. As I have said, our chatbot is learning. It is learning on the basis of the answers given to the questions and on the basis of the questions that it is being asked. It generates answers and it continues to learn and it builds on its existing database. So, regardless of whether we manage to reach the aim of this project, so provide posted workers with such a tool, with such a chatbot, I believe that the more workers use the chatbot, the better answers it will give, the wider range of questions it will be able to handle. So that's the basic information on the chatbot, just a recap of work on the chatbot, starting from the onset of the work, and some summary of my own testing. I have asked 54 questions. I don't know if it is enough, but I believe that all of us could do some testing and together we can assess the quality of the chatbot and the manner in which it operates right now. So now let me open the floor to you. If any of you would like to make some comments on the chatbot, please do so. And I hope that thanks to your experiences, thanks to your input, we will be able to find the best solution possible and think how to disseminate and to promote this tool. So the floor is yours. Over to you now.
To ja mogę zacząć pierwszy.
Adelante,
Dzień
Sandra.
dobry jeszcze raz.
I could start. Aleksandra Izikowska from Poland. I also run a test of the chatbot, and I must say some of the answers were correct. Some of the some of the questions I asked in English, and the responses were in English, and they were correct. And also, I asked a question in English, and I got an answer in Polish. But I also noticed that the data is not being updated. The answers and questions we prepared in 2020, they were not updated up to the current standards. So, for example, the minimum wage is not updated. So the data remained from 2024 and it was not updated to 2025. I also asked some questions and I got answers with links, but I only got a text and the actual link was not given. And it would be a good idea to add the link because then the person could read on more about this topic. Thank you. That's all from me.
Muchas gracias, Ola. Efectivamente, los enlaces.
Thank you very much, Ola, for your answer. Yes, indeed. The missing links is something we definitely need to take care of. And also, I liked the comment about the minimum wage. Of course, the data we fed into the chatbot must be updated, and we have to have current data from 2025, definitely. Thank you.
Nós, do texto que fomos fazendo também tivemos aqui algumas situações.
We have also run a test, and we have also come across some of the issues you have encountered. So we had very similar problems, especially when we asked a question about the social security in Portugal. We got a range of answers. And we were sure that links should be provided with complete information about social security, and the links were missing.
nós colocamos-lhe
And there is one more thing.
quem é que devíamos decorrer, por exemplo, sou outra vez deslocado em Portugal, quem é que eu devo recorrer para ter conhecimento dos meus direitos nesse país? E ele respondeu bem.
We were
encaminhou
wondering
das organizações
what information should be provided to a worker in Portugal so that they are knowledgeable about their rights. And the answer we got from the chatbot was all right, was acceptable. And the language in which questions were asked is it worked fine. When we asked questions in Portuguese, we got the questions in Portuguese, the answers in Portuguese, and when we asked the question in English, we occasionally had a Portuguese answer. And also, updating the information in the chatbot is very important. We shouldn't get back a response about the minimum wage from 2024. And also, if there is a link to a website, this could be a solution, the link to a website with up-to-date information. But we definitely have to resolve the issue of keeping the data up to date. Because once we update our information on the website, the chatbot will also return up-to-date information. As far as the challenge that Angel mentioned, let me answer that we are ready to disseminate information about the chatbot, and we will do it in a way in which we avoid duplicating incorrect information. So we will have to find a solution to ensure that we do not mislead our customers. The chatbot should never provide incorrect information. We are ready to disseminate information about the chatbot, and we can definitely do it. We were thinking about a campaign in our country. So a dissemination campaign has already been planned, and we have already planned some meetings for this activity. And within our organization, we have already spread the word about the chatbot. And we did that via the website, and we provided a link that led directly to the chatbot. And so within the World Wide Web, we have already done some dissemination activities, but we need to come up with the best way to disseminate information to a wider audience. We could do it by the website, we could do it via trade unions, and we can also do it via social media. Currently, quite a lot of workers in Portugal come just for 1 week, 2 weeks, or a month as posted workers, but their working time during the day is quite long. And we have, for example, some jobs in the maintenance in refineries. And these people, workers, come from Spain to do the maintenance work. Then they do that maintenance work for many hours a day. And they have very little time to go back home and then browse for information online. Because if they work 12 or 14 hours a day, all they are dreaming about is just go home and rest, because they are conscious that they will be working the next day a similar number of hours. So we were thinking about creating little pamphlets to distribute among workers. And there are many companies receiving posted workers. And perhaps it's the trade unions who could do the dissemination work, and they could meet with the workers, tell them about the chatbot, tell them about our website. We need to think about the best way of doing it. We need to perhaps think about the pamphlets. This will, of course, cost us some money, but it is indeed true that the more information you feed into the chatbot, the more it learns. So we are on a good track. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Gracias, Mario. Bueno, más o menos lo mismo efectivamente en cuanto a las deficiencias detectadas que ha
Thank you very
comentado
much,
Ola.
Mario. I agree with your comment.
Quiero hacer una propuesta, pero cuando hablemos después del
As
portal
far
informativo,
as dissemination
los
work
elementos
is concerned,
tienen que ir
we
conectados,
can propose a number of activities, but definitely we can do it via our information portal. But I agree that we can also do a pamphlet, a leaflet, and we can do it centrally via the project. So there is something we could do, and we can create a template, and then it can be adopted by various countries. There was also a newsletter that we had and with standard information, and this could be also a good tool. If you have nothing against it, I would leave the task for later, and then we will perhaps come up with good ways of disseminating information about the chatbot later on. So let's give ourselves a little bit more time. I will have to contact the technicians as well. Our chatbot is now learning, but I believe we still could improve something in the meantime. Over to Mario. Over to Marek.
Marek, thank you very much. Thank you, Angel. It's a really great job that you've done with this tool, and I know it is not easy. I just wanted to say that I had a pleasure to represent our project during the coordinators meeting with the Commission some 2 weeks ago. And preparing for that, I have tested our chatbot, and I need to share it with you because it was one of the biggest achievements, I think. And something that Angel is showing as a kind of weak point of the tool has been assessed actually as the strongest point of the tool, meaning that if there is a difficult question, our chatbot gives the answer, which is on the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry, but I don't know the answer to that question. Of course, it would be great if in the next sentence they would direct the person to an advisor or expert, or give a hint where to look for precise answers, for correct answers. But I've presented this experiment in 2 parts. The first was I asked a simple question: what is portable document A1? And our chatbot gave beautiful answer. This is this first answer, simple answer to simple question. And then I asked a difficult question, which, frankly speaking, I don't know the answer to, even though I'm supposed to be an expert in the field. And the question is, how long must a third country citizen work or reside in the sending member state before it is legal to post him to another member state? So is there any prior period of employment or residency in the sending member state for third country citizen? And I know that it's just a tiny detail, but if you think about agriculture, this is actually the major model of posting, that agencies are hiring workers from outside the EU, and then they post them to the agriculture for harvest or for picking fruits to another member state. So it's a very important question, and our chat bot does not the answer to that question. Thank God, because I did the experiment and I asked the usual chat GPT, hey, what do you think about it? What is the answer here? And the answer was, first of all, he gave the answer, which is already, a ringing buzz. It's a red flag for me. And the answer was that it should be 3 months. And without hesitation, the third country national should work at least 3 months before being posted. Moreover, the general ChatGPT says that it is based on the directive, on the basic directive on posting of workers and relevant case law. So I've asked him, show me this information about the 3 months. Where did you get it from? And then he gets a very nice answer. I apologize. And upon further research, I've noticed that there is no specific period that is required before we legally post a third country national. But, and here he's still hallucinating because he's saying, but member states may impose such period of time. So despite the fact that there is no EU law about it, there might be country law about it. So I continue asking him. And this time I needed to play an expert because I know there is a ruling, Commission versus Germany, of the Court of Justice, which says that it is forbidden to demand a prior employment from the third country national before he is posted to Germany. So we have a German case where the court said that it would be administrative burden which is unproportionate to any possible aim that it might serve. And then I don't want to bore you too much with this case because we have a new law on accepting third country nationals into Polish labor market. And of course, the issue how long they have to work and reside in Poland before they can be posted farther on to other member states is an issue, is in the discussion now. So I've asked if the same barrier can be imposed by the sending member state, because from the ruling, we know that the receiving member state may not impose such barrier. So I kept asking this machine, and the conclusion was that, well, I'll give you this presentation for later reference, but looking into various cases of Court of Justice of the European Union, the conclusion was this, that unless the restriction is justified and proportionate, a prohibition on immediate posting, so hire and post immediately, third country national, would likely violate the EU law because it prevents companies from providing services to another member state without a valid justification. So of course, we're not talking here about the core of our project, which is the rights of the posted workers. Because in all my questions, the assumption was that we hire the third country national and we post this person with all due diligence, including the level of remuneration, the working time that our friend was just talking about recently, so that the general principles of posting are met. And the question was only about when can we post this third country national. So it's a very, very difficult question, which I have asked the general ChatGPT. But what I would like to say what effect it brought on the members of the commission in the room 2 weeks ago. They said that it's actually a very useful tool because unlike general ChatGPT, it does not hallucinate. It does not give you the wrong answer. So no answer or I don't know answer is actually much better and honest way to direct a person towards the truth, towards how it is indeed regulated, than getting a very superficial but well-constructed answer by ChatGPT. So I say absolutely this should be the way to do. Of course, it doesn't. We shouldn't rest here. It doesn't allow us to not to do anything with anything further with the chatbot. But this was something that was perceived by the participants by other projects as quite an achievement, because obviously they are using artificial intelligence in their projects as well, and they are having the same problem that it's hallucinating. One question that I was asked, and I would like to convey this question to you, is are we in contact with Ella, who are now working on developing something like a chatbot based on large language models. And I honestly said that we are not in the contact, but we are observing, hopefully, each other. Not only we are observing their efforts, but they're also looking at our efforts. And when it comes to dissemination and making our chatbot popular, I think the easiest way is actually to ask the Ella to promote it on our behalf. And also to direct it to the coordinators of other projects on posting of workers that are financed by the European Commission. This way, it will be spread among not only experts but also stakeholders who are involved in the posting of workers. So the dissemination will be very well targeted. So I'll be happy if you allow me to do this. I'll be happy to contact them and just prepare an information that the chatbot is in the testing period, but feel free to test it. I mean, it is available now. If you know our website, the website that Fiki Metal has put up, you can use it if you're from general public. So it's not a secret anymore. It is out there. And this way we could get some information. And also one last remark about the accuracy of data, especially when it comes to minimum wage. I was thinking if it's possible to wire our chat bot to the data of particular member states, the official data from government websites where the minimum wages are published. So when they change next year, for instance, we will not, we won't have to do anything. It will be automatically updated. If this could be, of course, wired to the, it's important that it's an official website with the trustful data on minimum wages. And that would be a simple solution. Okay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Marek. Arthur, un minutito, déjame que haga una puntualización.
Thank you very much. Let me add one more thing, and then I will hand over the mic to Artur. Thank you very much for your comments. And yes, it's a useful thing to compare our chatbot with ChatGPT. If I remember correctly, this is what Artur tried to do when we were in Malaga, and actually answers given by ChatGPT were incorrect. So I'm really glad to hear so much optimism in Marek's voice, and a confirmation that our chat is of better quality than ChatGPT. This is the aim of our work. So when it comes to the updating of the last element and the catalog of questions and answers, the ones that have been sent to our technician and that have been fed into the system, they contain some general links from all of the member states. We know that each member state is obliged to publish some information. So the links were included in the catalog we have sent to our technician. So it seems to me that our chatbot knows the information and knows how to access the information. So we need to ask the IT specialist what needs to be done for the chatbot to update automatically its answers. I don't know what it looks like, but we will ask our technician about it. Now, Artur, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Angel. I have some comments. I think maybe we just for security, and we're supposed to add to the comments if somebody that's asked the question it's some doubt that the answer is correct. That's they're supposed to ask the expert. Because last year we had strange such like training and cooperation with the German Artificial Intelligence Center and Korean Artificial Center, because this is actually just very important for the future of work. I even personally self, I would have been in the South Korea. So we have on the another side, outside of this project, we have in that by such like a trade union make a huge work on this field, and we have cooperate with the academic community as well. Just a little bit another way, such like, for example, we can use artificial intelligence and tools such like chatbots, for example, in the academic work. And per day, nobody have 100%, are not sure, 100% sure that's the answer. Every time it will be correct. So I think, of course, I think the chatbot is working very well, but sometimes he can give some not strange answers. So just from the legal point of view, I think we're supposed to have some sentence that's if you are in doubt that the answer is incorrectly, just please ask the expert. Because if the person it will be in the wrong way, so actually the person can suffer some, for example, economic damage. For example, if the chatbot it will be give not correct answer. This is just my comments. That's for example, the people will not complain on us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Arthur. Apunto tu propuesta.
Thank you very much, Artur. Yes, I have jotted this down together with all the other comments that you have added so far. So we need to contact a technician and tell him about that as well. Okay, Susanne, I have seen you raising your hands. Over to you now.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Afi and I also did a test in February, but it's a bit very much in line with what you have been saying. Afi being also much more aware of all the questions that were put into it. She evaluated that actually what she asked came out quite nicely. She was planning to do further tests, but I couldn't reach her the last few days. So I'm not sure if she did another test, but she was quite positive about the first test, knowing also which questions she had put in and how the answers came out. So she was positive. I, being much less aware of what the questions were exactly put in, because she did more of that work. I more asked general questions, and then indeed I got more often that the chatbot did not know. Now, listening to Marek, I do understand that, of course, it's good that the information that the chatbot is given is correct and that there's no false information. However, even though I knew about the chatbot and I knew how it was working and I was not a general worker or an employee, if you get the answer that the chatbot doesn't know, it doesn't work so well on you, not even on me. Like why does the chatbot doesn't know? So I was even wondering if we could, in a case that the chatbot doesn't know, if he can still refer to others or maybe give a test or indeed immediately refer to an expert, because it looks also for some people maybe as if the chatbot is not working. So that's maybe my comment. As for promotion, we have been mentioning several times now in our newsletter that we're working on a chatbot. If you also mentioned it at the ELA, because we were on 20th of March, Evie and I were at the ELA meeting, and there we also heard about that chatbot, but we haven't discussed further on promotion or whatever. But I think indeed it's a very good idea to link it. I wonder a little bit if ELA can promote our chatbot, because yeah, it's not their tool, and how they would do that. I rather would see that we could link it, and that maybe on their website they could link also to our tool, and we would do the same with their tool. And maybe indeed it's very important that we find contacts with them on this. So we would be ready to promote it. Yeah, once everyone is there. The issue is, of course, that we are all quite different partners, and that's also what we noticed at the ELA meeting. While some of us are maybe very much more promoting the posting and also making it easier for workers, what we also noticed, we are quite on the other opposite side, that we see a lot of misuse of posting and a lot of exploitation of posting. So that's also, yeah, in the promotion, that's of course more our issue than maybe from other partners. And we see that also increasingly, because we hear it more and more from our members, that posting is now used as before au pair and other regulations is used to quickly employ people and exploit them. So just want to have said it, and that limits also maybe sometimes us a bit in promoting posting. Yeah.
Ok, muchas gracias, Susan, también por tu intervención.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your contribution. And I wanted to ask you if there's anything else that you would like to add, because otherwise we could move on to the website. Okay, Marcin, over to you. I can see that you're raising your hand, and then Grzegorz.
Hey, hello, good morning. I think Grzegorz was before me, so I don't mind giving Grzegorz the floor first. Panie Grzegorzu, tak? His hand was raised before and it dropped, and I raised my hand, so it was just a bit of a concerted raising of hands. So Grzegorz, please go ahead, and then perhaps myself, okay?
Dobrze, dziękuję bardzo. Ja
Thank you very much.
jestem człowiekiem troszkę starszej daty, prawda?
I am a little bit older, so to me it's a novelty. A chatbot is a novelty. For many of you it is so. But let me draw your attention to one thing. We still learn to use these tools. So we are learning how to use chatbots, and chatbot learns how to communicate with us. To be honest, I do not have that much trust in this tool. So I do not have so much faith in it as much as Angel, for instance. I know it is something that's gaining popularity and so on. But, you know, we asked only 50 questions on such a complex issue, on the complex issue of posted workers. And I believe it's not enough. It's quite surprising if we ask the chatbot 5,000 questions, and if this chatbot provided us with 90% of correct answers. I believe that we could be more hopeful. I believe this issue is too specialist. It is, too sensitive that I would agree more with Artur. I believe that the consequences of a badly phrased question and incorrect answer could be truly tragic, could be really serious for the person who is requesting information. So I'm pretty skeptical when it comes to the use of tools of this type. I have to say that, well, the tool is useful, but initially it should be strictly supervised. The answers should be supervised by a consultant who would verify the correctness of answers and the way in which they are phrased. I do understand that the chatbot is learning, but if the person who asks a question asks it in a little bit illogical, clumsy way, the response can be clumsy and illogical as well. So I do understand that the learning process is ongoing, but a wrong answer, an incorrect answer, may be in a way amplified, and it can be repeated in further answers given by the chatbot to other people. So our control over the answers should be stricter, because as far as I can see, we are just happy to release the chatbot to the world and let it work on its own. I am more skeptical on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, gracias, Gregor. Muchas gracias por tu intervención.
Thank you very much, Grzegorz. Thank you for your contribution. And now, Martin, over to you.
Gracias, Angel. Thank you. Well, let me just provide perhaps two things, two comments, or one comment and one question. First of all, a right point raised by Alexandra. Firstly, so there could be some elements that are basically changing every year, like especially the level of remuneration in respective countries, right? So perhaps in this regard, I don't know if this is doable when it comes to the internal workings of the chatbot, but I think if what is fed into the chatbot could be also linked to the national websites, national official websites that we know the access to, right? Because they are officially provided by the European Commission. This could be of help if this could be automatically somehow fed or generated into the chatbot, into what chatbot provides. That could be, I think, beneficial, because in this way we would avoid the non-updated information provided by the web by the chatbot. That would be my suggestion to the valid point raised by Alexandra. And when it comes to and the question would be when it comes to the social media platforms that we are currently using for dissemination, could you tell us somehow what they are or what they should be according to the GAN project? I gather that this should be, of course, apart from our websites, the Facebook website, right? But are there any other, or should we think about any other? Okay, thank you. Over to you, Angel.
Sí, muchas gracias, Marcin. Con respecto a las actualizaciones,
Thank you, Marcin. When it comes to the update of information, I will consult our technician. I will ask him what can be done to ensure that the information is updated. We have send him links to official websites. So I believe that the chatbot should be updated automatically. Otherwise, it's not working the way it should. So I will talk to our technician. So we do have the links, the referral to experts if the chatbot is unable to answer. So this is the model that we have selected. Now, when it comes to the dissemination of information and promotion, once we are done with the first part of our today's session, we will move on to the information website. And at that point, I will answer your question because we will discuss the promotion of this website as well. Our chatbot makes only a part of this information website. So when we move on to the website, we will focus on the promotion of all our products. Okay, Artur is raising his hand, so over to you, Artur.
Yes, thank you, Angel. I have very short comments and remark. I want just to add that we have keep in mind the how correct answer the chatbot give us. It's depend how the precisely question we ask the chatbot. And when we testing the chatbot, we have keeping in mind that we know the knowledge, we know the rules, we know the legal issues, also on. But the people that will be ask the chatbot, usually they have very little knowledge and almost sometimes zero knowledge. So the question that will be asked, it will be not such like precisely how we ask it. So just please keep in mind that we are, I can say, expert, or we are knowing all this field, but the people that will be asking, they just can ask in the wrong way. And for example, if you just look on the market, so even the people with the academic background use a special courses, how to ask the chatbot, for example, to use chatbot, or for example, GPT chat or artificial intelligence is its own academic work. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Artur. También es un comentario muy acertado.
Thank you very much, Artur. That was an important comment. When we were working on the catalog of questions and answers, actually, it was also then that we were thinking about how to ask the questions. And you are right. And Marek, over to you. But I would like to tell you and everyone that we are running out of time because we have just covered the first part of the agenda and we have more things planned for today. Over to you.
Very good, because I have very little to say about video blogs, so we will save time then. I just have to answer to Grzegorz concern. This is very important. I absolutely 100% agree with you, and I'm also an old person, and I am reserved to talk to ChatGPT. But I am even more certain that posted workers will look to the internet first for the answer. And I don't know about your Google search engine or whatever search engine you use, but it has incorporated already AI, large language models, as the first answer. So the artificial intelligence already is trying to replace the search engine, which means that if they are just the word calculator, they will give wrong answers. And our mission here, even though it's only 50 few questions, our mission here is to make sure that if they somehow find our website, the answers will be correct. So it's inevitable. I mean, we cannot. I agree with you. I would prefer the tool wasn't even there, but if it's there, it is our mission to make it work better. and given the resources we have, also the knowledge that we are missing when applying artificial intelligence here in this group. I think it's fair to say that we are experts in posting of workers, but not in shuffling the words in algorithms. We need to make sure that we understand this tool. And I absolutely agree that with Arthur that we should put a huge disclaimer on top of it, that the answers you may get are to the best of our knowledge, but please do not build your future or your lawsuit or your claims only on that information. You need to go to an expert, and for the very reason that you have mentioned, Gregor, that it's a very complicated issue, and you will never get simple answers to complicated questions. If you want simple answers to complicated questions, then of course we are lost. So I don't know how to do this. I think a disclaimer is something that we should start with, and also maybe each answer from our chatbot should end with the reference to protein feed expert, a human expert. But I absolutely agree with this fear. I fear the same. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a ti, Marek, por tu intervención.
Thank you very much for this contribution, Marek. In that case, I believe the first item on our agenda has been completed, and we have covered most of the topics: the updating, the presence or absence of links, the formulation of questions, and we have also spoken about personal data protection and the responsibility, our accountability for the answers given by the chatbot. I believe you have covered all of the issues we have encountered with the chatbot, and I have noted them down, and I will be sending you soon an update on from my consultations with the technician, and then we will know everything that is to be known about the new tool. There is one more thing we still need to discuss. How are we going to refer our asker to an expert? Because our chatbot will refer the asker to an expert when it does not know the answer. And then the asker could contact with the expert or consultant and find out the answer. But of course, the chatbot will also gain as a result of receiving this answer they don't know the answer to, because they are still learning. So over the next few days, I will send a recap of all your comments and fears we have discussed during the first part of our meeting. And I believe that now we can move on to the second item on our agenda, which is a presentation on the information portal. We have touched upon some of the topics, but still there is a number of items we still have not covered. And I will not spend too much time discussing the details, because you are all familiar with the objectives of our project. But the key deliverable from this project is the information portal, consisting of 3 parts: vlogs, and it will be Marek who will give us an overview of this part, And then it will also consist of the chatbot service. And there are still some items we have to cover as regards the chatbot. And the final component is the direct interaction with experts. It's actually a function of the chatbot because the chatbot will refer our askers to an expert if it does not know the answer to a certain question.
La entrada que por desgracia he eliminado yo de la presentación que tenía para
Unfortunately, I mistakenly removed one slide from my presentation, but I wanted to post a link to our information portal. And I'm sorry, I think I deleted the slide from my presentation, so I can't show it right now. But the first part was the landing page of our portal is about case studies. Then there are contact details, and there's also another part, another section with reports, and there will be also one part with vlogs. So there are actually 4 parts in our information portal, and you can find information about the case studies. And as you remember, the case studies were actually the basic material on which our research work was done. And speaking about the case studies, they have already been posted on our information portal, and they are published for the time being in English only, but we would like them to be also available in national languages of this project.
No parece que tenga mucho sentido que si desde España se conectan personas de habla española a este portal y vayan a acceder a esta información, la encuentren únicamente en inglés, porque desde luego la inmensa mayoría.
It would be a good idea for us to just post information in English. I believe that for the dissemination efforts we are going to take, it would be a good idea to publish the case studies also in every language of our partnership. And my slide actually shows the case studies from the Netherlands. And of course, their reports are so far available in English. Now, moving on to the vlogs. And it is Marek who will be responsible to cover that after the break. So this is another component of our information portal. And this is all about the service of referring the askers to our experts. And they can be contacted in 2 different ways. So our asker can contact an expert from our project directly, or they can use a forum. And it's a forum of exchange of information between workers and employers. This forum has already been launched on our portal, and this direct contact with a project expert. And according to our project proposal and according to our website, this is a separate activity. The asker needs to go to this option, ask a question, and select an expert. But this service is not in any way related to the chatbot service. So there is no mechanism which will send our asker asking a question to the chatbot to an expert. And I believe it is a deficiency because the chatbot should be integrated with the information portal. And for the time being, when we go to the portal, actually the link to the chatbot is separate. And there is also a link to the information portal, and it's also separate. They're not integrated. So this is one thing that remains to be still done. So how can we send the expert from the chatbot? Sorry, how can we send the asker from the chatbot to the expert? Because there is this option, but it now operates independently, and the asker needs to go to the contact info and then choose the option contact an expert directly. And of course, it is in some way consistent with our chatbot service, because our chatbot works in a hybrid mode. And we need to find a way to integrate these services, and we will need to contact the technician to be able to see if this is feasible. Also, our project experts need to accept this form of availability in the project, because they will receive emails from users. So we all need to take this obligation upon ourselves to answer any questions that may be asked. And the fourth part of our information portal is dedicated to reports. We are a bit behind with this activity of our project. A report has been prepared in each country of our partnership, and I believe it would be quite reasonable to post these reports on the information portal. And so far, no report has been posted on the website, and if they were posted there, it would be quite informative and useful. Apart from our national reports, we could also perhaps post a question and answer catalog in this section of our information portal. This could give more useful information to the askers, to the users. This would be supplementary to the national reports. I have noticed some deficiencies that I wanted to comment, and I would like your feedback on that. So I believe that the structure of the website is not easy to navigate, and two elements which should be combined, they are now still separate. If I go to the chatbot as a user, I have no access to the information portal, and possibly I am missing out on some opportunity to use that tool. And when I go to the information portal, I have no way of knowing that there is also a chatbot available. Maybe we have not given a precise enough brief to the people making that website. And that's why this availability of the website is not the best. And there is one more thing I would like to comment on. In my organization, Antonio Bustamante Foundation, we have posted information about these two tools on our website, but we have not disseminated that information in our social media, because we believe that publishing something that is not working well yet makes no sense. Because if a user goes to the website and sees that the site is under construction, they may get discouraged and they may not return to the website again. I don't know if you think the same, but we will need to discuss ways of publishing information about the tools and disseminating information about the tools when all of it is up and running. I believe that there are still some items, bits and pieces which are missing, and it has a negative impact on our project. Actually, all of the tools were meant to be ready by January, and all of that actually was meant to be available to the users. Soon we are starting the 15th month of the project, and we can still not hand over the tools to the actual users. So I believe we'll have to do some work together to come up with maybe shift the deadlines a bit so that the information portal can operate for 1 year. Because actually this project comes to an end in January and the portal is not ready yet. And that is just a quick comment because we are running late and I now give the floor to you. I would like to get to know what you think. What could we improve? What can we do differently? And what I'm worried about the most is the contacts detail. When a person asks a question in the chatbot and then they get an answer, I don't know, go to the expert, and then the person needs to call to the informational portal and then find the contact info and then contact the expert, shouldn't the chatbot forward that person directly to the expert? Because I believe that the chatbot should know the emails of all the experts that will be tasked with answering the questions, because every country has designated an expert to answer the questions from the users. So I have asked a number of questions today, and let's perhaps brainstorm now to find the solutions.
Marek, adelante, gracias, sí.
Marek, over to you.
Thank you. I have immediate answer to the last question. Of course, let's not put email addresses and contacts to the experts, but on the website there should be a questionnaire or like write your question here and then it will be automatically transferred to an expert. So what we should probably put is the name of the country where the expert is from, and then this questionnaire would direct this question to a hidden email address. And then the answer would be, of course, directed to the email address of the asker, of the person who asks the question. This way, we don't have to disclose the names of the experts, especially because the experts may change. So it's not necessarily going to be the same person throughout the project. What do you think?
Sí, no, perdona, quizá me he explicado yo mal. A ver, cuando entramos en la página...
Maybe I didn't explain what I meant correctly. So if you click on the contact tab, you do have a form that enables users to ask a question. However, there is no email address and no details of the expert. I cannot confirm it exactly, but I believe that users do not get information about the details of the expert answering the questions. So even if a specific question is sent to a specific expert, this user will not get the email address of the expert answering the question. So there is no risk that names or email addresses will be shared with the users. And the process is automatic. There is a form that we already have and it can be used. But maybe I didn't explain myself correctly. So let me rephrase my question. So our chatbot should refer the question immediately to an expert. Right now, it is not the case. The question is not forwarded to the relevant expert. It is the user who has to access the form.
Adelante, Miriam. Que nos vas a aclarar todo por lo que veo en un momento. Muchas gracias.
Miriam, yes, I believe that you will explain everything to us. Yes, yes. So let me clarify this matter. Our website contains two elements. Our website, so a portal, and the chatbot. According to our project, these are two different tools, two different measures. Obviously, we can integrate them even better. It can be done, and our technicians can help us with it. But we have decided to proceed in this way because of our project structure. However, I have made all of the notes. I took down all of your comments and I will contact our technician to ask him to implement relevant modifications. Now, on our website, if you select your country, you can move on to the contact tab. And on top of that, there is also a forum when you can ask a public question, obviously without publishing your personal data or your sensitive information. And this information on forum can be public. So the question and the answer is made public. In the case of Poland and Spain, we have several experts. So in the case of Poland, I believe that whenever somebody is using the form to send a question, all of the experts, Alexandra, Marek, Marcin, get the question. And then these three people receive the same question. I don't know how to ensure that the question is sent to one expert only. It might be the case that the question is sent to three different people, and the three people decide among themselves who will answer. This is what we did among ourselves. So one person is a specialist on agriculture, and yet another person answers questions related to the manufacturing sector. So in the case of Poland, Polish experts have to agree among themselves how to solve this issue. Right now, whenever somebody sends a question, all of the experts will get it. So I don't know how to avoid the situation of the same question being forwarded to all three of you. Now, when it comes to the forum, I don't know what is the opinion that you have of this tool, especially when it comes to Poland. I think it is impossible to send questions out to specific people. Well, we can decide that experts will answer some specific questions. And I have a proposal. Well, maybe you can decide that you will be answering questions on specific dates. So from the 1st to the 15th, there is one person, and then another one will answer questions over the next 2 weeks. And it is not fair because the workload may not be equal, but I have no other ideas and no other solutions that I could propose in this respect.
Yo recibo una pregunta que desconozco y conozco que René, que es mi colega
Obviously,
española,
if I get a question that I cannot answer, but I know that, for instance, René is knowledgeable on the topic, I will forward it to René. But apart from this, I have no other ideas, no other proposals. Maybe some other experts could share with us their way of working. In the case of other countries, we have only one expert that has been appointed, and in the case of Spain and Poland, we have more experts per country.
Sí, Marek, no sé si Susan quería hablar, pero si no, Marek, si te veo la mano levantada.
I could see you raising your hand, so over to you, Marek.
Yes, I will speak to my Polish friends in English. What would you say if I will be the contacting address, and if I don't know the answer, then of course I will be happy to direct it to you, Alexandra and Marcin. And if it's a question related to temporary work or seasonal work, then I will certainly seek advice of Alexandra. So I will be just coordinating this, and that's the easiest way. So if you agree.
Jak najbardziej, dlatego że my trochę tak reprezentujemy tutaj jakby dwie strony.
We here represent two different sides of this process. I represent workers. I represent a trade union in the sector of agriculture, mostly. But Marek, other colleagues from Poland, you represent agencies, right? So the people who post workers or people who have some contact with posted workers after they have been posted. So if there's something that refers to workers' well-being, I can be of assistance. If I believe that Marek will have no issues whatsoever with that, but if needed, you also have my details and I am ready to help if needed. No problem.
Problem solved. Thank you very much, Grzegorz.
En España, siguiendo tu idea, que me parece buena, Marek, en España haremos algo parecido. Probablemente haré yo.
Okay. Okay, I believe that we will decide on a similar solution in Spain. So I will be the one to get all of the questions and then distribute them to specific answers. It's a great idea. Okay, perfect. Is everything clear? I hope that everything is clear. Miriam has clarified some doubts we have had. Obviously, I am taking notes when it comes to your comments. I'm going to send them to Miriam as well. And we still have the promotion and dissemination of information to discuss. I understand that my proposal has been generally accepted. So I believe that we should prepare a newsletter. Mario will prepare a newsletter and some kind of a template that will describe all of the tools that we have developed and send it to you. Obviously, we will agree on some specific dates. I believe that by the 1st of May, we should be ready with it and then proceed with the dissemination of such information. So what do you think, Mario? We can discuss it together, then share the information with Miriam Miriam will share a template with all of the participants. I believe that would be the good way to proceed. Okay, so I believe we have completed all of the tasks we have planned for the morning part of our session. So let me now announce our break, and following the break, Marek will take over as he will discuss vlogs, which make an important part of our project. So see you in half an hour. So, Malik, over to you. Once you are ready, we can start.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just looking for Marcin here because we've split the topics in the way that he will say a few words about the summative report. Sorry, informative report, which is already done. And I think it is now in the translation. So that empty slot on the website will be filled very soon. Marcin, are you there? Not yet. Well, if not, can we switch the sequence? Oh, Marcin is there. Hello, Marcin. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Can you start with the informative report with a few words? Because we've delivered it in Polish language, and I believe it is now being translated.
Mm-hmm.
So we will fill this void on the website very soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I thought the order was different, but let me just open it for me. Just 1 second. Okay, so basically, the informative report that we drew up. Perhaps I won't be showing you this because this is only in Polish, so it won't be of much informative use to everybody. But what it comprises was basically the description of the actions undertaken so far, then the recommendations or conclusions and recommendations for informative and educational actions concerning the posting of workers within our sectors. So this is pretty much the outline, the general outline of the report, right? Basically, in the first part was of that informative report was the showcase of what is the general goal of the grant project. So basically, we need to keep in mind that the general outcome of that project is both the actual performance or realization of the in practice of the free movement of services covered by Article 56 of the treaty, and providing the solutions and strategies for actually gathering or being able to finding a balance with the provisions of the treaty, also concerning the free movement of persons. And of course, we noted during our research, both the desk research and our deeper research concerning practical matters, that one of the most vital problems was, of course, when it comes to the actual provision of services that would also cover and protect the rights of posted workers, as of course the lack of the quality information or information of the good quality, which would be available to everybody, but which would also be practical when it comes to how posting may actually work in practice, right? And of course, this covers both the information for posting entrepreneurs as well as for social partners, as well as, and most importantly, for posted workers themselves. And in this way, our project actually feeds into topic 1 proposed by the European Commission, which concerned strengthening of administrative cooperation and access to information, right? In our case, in the production and agricultural sector, and of course, therefore, the goals of the info rights projects, as we described them in our report, in our informative report, were 3 major goals that we posed, right? So it was covering drawing up and covering clear and accessible information on the posting of workers. So this is where our chatbot feeds in. That was also strengthening the competences of the parties concerned. So both posting employers, but also social partners, and most importantly, posted workers, and of course dissemination of the project and using the results of the project throughout the EU. And when it comes to the access of information, I'm coming back to it several times within my talk today, but we've come back to it also in our informative report, because the access of information to information is the so-called elephant in the room when it comes to labor mobility within the European Union or intra-EU labor mobility. This is because it is both dangerous for companies posting workers, right? They basically have many problems, or overwhelming majority of the posting entrepreneurs have actually many problems, not because they do not want to comply with the provisions, but they fail to actually, even if they try very hard, they fail to find the appropriate sources of information, and even if they find them, then basically those sources are not deep enough. Of course, our desk research and our practical research shows basically that this is the case, especially when it comes to CLAs, collective labor agreements, that may come into being, and especially in countries where those collective labor agreements are numerous, and therefore the major problem here is whether a given posting entrepreneur may be subject to this or that basically collective labor agreement, and what is the dividing line between a given collective agreement, whether it is a given posting entrepreneur or not. I guess this is a bit of a problem. Perhaps now I can be still audible. Is it okay? Yeah. So this is when it comes to posting entrepreneurs, but the provision of information or access to information is also a major issue, and the elephant in the room is basically also the issue of the issue concerning posted workers, where they were dubbed as being double vulnerable in terms of especially when they are third country nationals, right? They are double vulnerable when it comes to the provision of information, both in the country which is a sending country, in which they are already sort of foreigners in practice, but also when it comes to the host member state, where that provision of information may be even more difficult for them, right? So we found basically that the issue was addressed already in the enforcement directive, in the motive 18 of the preamble of that enforcement directive. So back in 2014, and entering into force in 2016. So as early as that, of course, the provision of information was established, and of course, this is where the websites, official national websites, were started. This was further strengthened, as it turns out, from our desk research, especially by Article 5, Section 2 of Directive the enforcement directive, and then further strengthened by the provisions of the revision directive. Of course, we already pledged in our informative report that this is the sort of a starting point, and we'll be developing and following this issue also in our next stadia of our grant project. When it comes to posting of workers in agricultural sector, we came up with the following major thesis when it comes to that sector. So we noted that we are in for domination of the seasonal work, and the majority of the cross-border workers are actually seasonal workers, not necessarily posted workers, which basically sort of differentiates this sector from other branches of economy, especially when it comes to the fact that they may avail themselves in this way of the actual other freedom of the internal market, being the freedom to move as persons or as workers, basically. When it comes to workers from third countries, those seasonal workers from third countries are covered by the regulation 2014/36, which actually, at least in theory, provides them with the equal conditions of their employment, and therefore, following that directive and implementation thereof, some of the countries actually provided for a special permits or special permit for concerning seasonal work. Of course, and this is our third finding in this regard, the issue that we have here, on the one hand, freedom to provide services, on the other hand, freedom of movement of workers or persons. So we're at the crossroads of two freedoms of the internal market. Actually, in itself translates into the status of workers that sometimes may be very, very much blurred. And therefore, if the status is blurred, then sometimes difficulties, practical difficulties in differentiation between various forms of employment may come into being. And this is where in those murky waters, unregistered work or bogus self-employment sort of thrives, right? So this is exactly those crossroads of two freedoms may be already the environment where this comes into being. And of course, this is further exacerbated by the fact that the agricultural sector is basically in itself has many issues concerning the lack of workforce, right? Which basically means that both seasonal workers and posted workers, those posted workers who are posted to carry out agricultural work as posted workers, not as seasonal workers themselves, their cohorts are growing, and their importance therefore is growing. And all of the picture, and this is our fifth finding, translates in itself that there are problems in enforcement of the provisions, right? And so labor inspections have rather limited, and this is not only the case of Poland, but also case of other countries, that labor inspections, labor inspectorates have limited powers when it comes to actually assess whether this is compliant, whether certain situations are actually compliant with the domestic law, let alone with the European law as well. And in certain cases, this is where violations can be both detected and actually even facilitated by this outlook. So what would be our recommendations in this regard? Our recommendation, which we would put forward to your attention and to our further work during the further stages of our project, would be basically a clear and even enhanced clarity of how the provisions are communicated, right? So if we come up with what we already do when it comes to chatbot answers, but also those leaflets that were mentioned, that in a very clear, accessible manner provide especially the workers themselves, but also posting entrepreneurs with information concerning how they can navigate those murky waters, that would be brilliant. This would be our first recommendation. Within that recommendation, we also have a paradoxical one, which is that sometimes when the answer, when the question or a prompt provided to by the asking party to a chatbot is depicting the situation that is very complicated, then perhaps it is not suitable, or it shouldn't be exactly very suitable to actually provide a very short and meaningless answer, right? Perhaps it would be better, and this is probably what the chatbot already does, as evidenced by those questions fed into it by Marek, that sometimes the answer from the chatbot that I don't know the clear answer to a given state of play, state of facts, would probably be better, because it serves to actually sort of make somebody how to call it, they are made aware that their situation is complex, and it requires either further questioning or perhaps or perhaps a further research when it comes to both the internet resources or checking the question with an appropriate person, perhaps also using calls or using Zoom experts in their respective countries. Of course, another of our recommendation in this regard is trying to cause that enforcement institutions coordinate better when it comes to the provision of information. And of course, this is not the exact matter of our project only, or the parties of our project, but this is, I would say, a recommendation that fits into the workings of the institutions like especially the European Labour Authority. Of course, when it comes to their plan of things that they need, that they will be dealing with, they already carried out the projects concerning agriculture, and I think manufacturing is not exactly very high on the current agenda. Not because this is not important, but there are other issues, right? I think HoReCa is now very high on the agenda. They are going to promote also care. Starting from, I think, the third quarter or the fourth quarter of this year into 2026. This won't be only the domestic care, but also somehow institutional care, for the simple reason that they think about also concerted joint inspections, and those inspections cannot be carried out in people's homes, so in the homes of the persons being cared for, right? This is just the issue I'm signaling just now. So a better coordination of enforcement institutions would be our recommendation that we do not necessarily need to carry out ourselves within our project. We can only provide some expert advice in this regard. The same goes for our things, our provision of information both to workers and to farmers who are actually hiring people. Informative like information provided to both parties would, of course, go a long way towards the goals of our project. And of course, the enforcement when it comes to information, so enforcing the capacities of social partners and NGOs who can play a very preventive role is the final recommendation of our report in this regard, in the regard of agriculture. Prevention role of such institutions, so social partners and NGOs, is perhaps being underestimated. Monitoring of the conditions of employment in agricultural sector can be or could be technically provided to social partners and NGOs, and that would go a long way towards lightening the situation in those sectors. When it comes to the posting of workers in the industry or manufacturing sectors, we focused in our report on the description of the types of contracts that are available and are being used in practice. So in this way, we discussed in the informative report both the employment contract. Of course, we in this regard we went a long way towards showing the situation how it is in Poland. So we basically demonstrated the employment contracts on the one hand and civil law contracts on the other hand, and how the workings are and how it can be treated when it comes to how host member states perceive such situations. Then, of course, in this case, we actually drew attention to the certainty or the lack of certainty when it comes to very many entrepreneurs seeking compliance with the host member state law, but failing sometimes because of the lack of information of what is the actual collective labor agreement. I mentioned that, and I reiterate that I can confirm this is a major problem, and even raising awareness about this issue it can be a meaningful result of our project, right? Raising awareness, which would eventually or should eventually lead to the tools that can be basically lead to better protection also of entrepreneurs seeking that full compliance in practice. We can see that, of course, it can be seen like a long way to go when it comes to this issue, but we can see this when we compare our research in this project with our research that we carried out in I think it was 2020, sometime in the spring of 2020, when we knew that the revision directive would be coming into force on the 30th of July. We then actually carried out a rather comprehensive research of the websites, and we knew that they were at that time not prepared for the entry into force of the revision directive, and the situation in those 4 years has improved markedly in cases of some of the member states. Good examples in this regard could be, for instance, Belgian website or the Dutch website or the German website that actually provided far more information than they used to, right? So we actually put forward that argument already that time that it could be a major issue. We didn't know that time perhaps that clearly that the issue of collective labor agreements could play such a major role, but we can confirm that those websites actually markedly improved, right? So this is a major issue. So our call for an enhanced visibility of collective labor agreements, which can result from the workings of our project, can be a major achievement in this regard of our project. Well, without actually delving into much detail, which is clearly and detailedly set out in our informative report, you will see when it's done into English and into country languages. Let me just state perhaps one of those two of the recommendations that we put forward concerning this particular sector. The first recommendation is to come up with educational programs or also trainings or seminars concerning rights and duties of posted workers and differences within both forms of employment and the conditions of employment in the host member state and between sending member state and host member states. We could also come up with an idea of such trainings for posting entrepreneurs concerning the compliance of posting procedures with both domestic and EU provisions, and also coming up perhaps with training materials as well, and of course a recommendation put forward to other parties than just parties to our project can also be making administrative procedures easier, right? And here we have a huge and perhaps a bit unexpected ally in terms of the digital tools, not only digital tools being the tools that we develop, like a chatbot and other LLM powered tools, but also tools that are being developed or are being proposed by the European Commission, and those are this is basically a plethora of digital tools, starting from tools concerning social security, like SI system, which was meant to be completed actually late on last year. It will probably be absolutely completed. I think sometime this year. Well, it was meant to be completed in 2019 in total. So we are sometime behind the schedule. But we're talking also here about the latest initiative of the European Commission in the form of a declaration, which is meant to be cutting administrative duties of the posting entrepreneurs and of the also of the inspection authorities of the receiving member states by at least 1/4, by at least 25%. This is the goal of the Commission, and already 8 countries pledged to this initiative. However, the initiative was basically met with some criticism from some European member states, as we found in our research. Some European member states who had already developed their own systems, right? Like being, for instance, SIPSI in France, or Limosa in Belgium, or RUT in Denmark, or the German system. Those countries, I recently, when being in Bratislava at the training, I heard some of the representatives of the social partners stating that this is like a changing Maserati into driving a Fiat. So their websites being a Maserati, and they don't want to change that vehicle into a Fiat of the proposition of the European Commission. The European Commission proposed basically that there should be only 5 areas in which actually the questions should be provided, and information should be provided by the European posting entrepreneurs. And the Commission proposed that there should be every posting entrepreneur could actually file the posting declaration in their own language. Posting declaration, of course, being other than submitting an application for a PDA1, right? The posting declaration is the notification that we are posting a given worker into receiving member state, right? So there would be only 5 areas. The Commission proposed 5 areas, and about I think 29 or 30 points of entry, so information points that are to be provided, as opposed to over, I think, 50 or 60 information points that are basically required by some of the member states just now, right? And the criticism from the member states is, of course, as I mentioned, about going down with the requirements, and therefore, in their opinion, going down with the protection of the workers, which is perhaps not necessarily true. Of course, the devil is in the details, as they say, and apparently the question is now whether the Commission may agree to some other points of information being fed, which are already part of the network of the websites, declaration portals of the receiving member states, right? For instance, in case of I think the Belgians, the main issue is, for instance, the working time, right? They need working time, and this is also a major issue for the French in their systems. This is something that you cannot basically proceed with your declaration if you do not provide the working time, because this is one of the major issues that then the inspections are looking into, domestic inspections in France and Belgium, right? So they need this. Commission didn't want that in the first place, and that declaration, which was or the proposal of the regulation on e-declaration, which was put forward in November 2024, and the negotiations are underway. Of course, the major issue is also a political one in this case. Some of the countries are hesitating. The major hesitating country just now is Italy in this regard, because if Italy is in favor of this initiative, then the required majority in the council may be found, right? And of course, the Italy is now just like in Poland. They have a labor ministry which is against this initiative, and the development ministry or economic ministry which is of course in favor of this initiative. Just like in Poland, we've got the Ministry of Development, which is in favor of those progressive initiatives concerning the fate of entrepreneurship, which is very fine. So that and of course the major part, the last part of our informative report was the description of the informative portal, both the workings of the chatbot. We also put, or Mark put into this report, those questions that were already described during the first part of our meeting. So I would not like to, pardon me, to bore you with that. So basically, both the chatbot workings, the issue of consultation with the experts, and the final part being a recommendation for policymakers and authorities were put. All in all, 22 pages of the very much condensed text of the informative report. I tried to be as concise as I could, and hopefully this did not put you all to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin. If there are any questions to the informative report, apart from the fact that you haven't seen them, the report yet. Please show a little patience for the translation. And then even if it's published on the website, we can still accommodate your comments or your critical information or critical remarks to the report, and they will be very welcome. Please don't let us do all the work. Thank you. Any questions? Susanne.
Yeah, I just have a very practical question, because I also remember that was not with this project, but with a former project, that sometimes a report is already online or we comment and then we don't know, if our comment is taken into account, whatever. Is there some kind of guidance, like when will we receive this report? How long do we then have to react, even though it's already put online, and how we then also see if comments is taken into account? Because what we sometimes felt with earlier projects, it was a bit of a pity that we did not also promote or put those kind of reports, also the reports of others, on our website, or we would link to the website. So also with the general website for this project, I think it's important that we all refer to it, and that we also know which publications are there, and that we have sufficient time to react. So just a general question, comment.
I can answer to that quickly, but then I will ask also Miriam to help me out with this. The quick answer is yes, indeed. In the previous projects, usually the final report is final report, which means that we are so in a hurry. So we are always late, of course. That's the nature of the projects. We are so in a hurry that there is, and I agree with you, no time for really internal discussion on the final shape of the project. This time, it's not called final project, it's called informative projects, because in this info rights projects, we have two clear stages. The first one was research stage and experimenting stage, and it is culminated with this report. So despite the fact, and here I ask Miriam if this is the case, that we are a little bit late with publishing it online, we may have a time to make a round between the partners to comment and also to incorporate your comments in the report. If this is possible, or do we have to upload it immediately to the Commission's website? That's my question. To this continuous reporting portal.
And if I may, I have the same also with the desk reports, because we were quite late also with the reports for the Netherlands. But then also, like, you don't really get any feedback. Are we missing something? It would have been so much nicer if we, and maybe this is a lesson learned, if we also incorporate that if people publish their reports, that we all look at each other's reports, because we can learn also from each other's reports. Of course, it's fine to look at the analysis, but I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity also to feel a bit more as a team, because I feel that we work very individual in this project.
Miriam.
Sí, Susan, sobre los casos estos de estudios que se prepararon, todos
Thank you.
están publicados en el
When it comes to the case studies, all of the case studies will be published if they have not been published already. If you click on your country tab, you will be able to find the case study. We have them in English for now, but what you need to do, you need to move to the country tab and only thereafter can you access the materials, the reports. As regards Marek's question, yes, we still have time to modify the report, to make some comments, but we have little time. So please make sure that your changes, your modifications are minor ones. Right now, this report is being translated. By the end of the week, I will be able to share the translated version with each of you in your language versions. And once your reports are ready, I will give you more or less 1 week to add your comments, but I would like to ask you to limit yourself to minor comments. So 1 week from the receipt of the reports, and afterwards we will publish.
Susanne?
Yeah, I didn't react earlier to the translation. Of course, we can translate it. However, I was thinking that most of the reports we have on posting in the Netherlands are also in English, some research. And then, yeah, in the Netherlands, researchers and everyone read things in English. Maybe that's different if we look at a country like Spain or Portugal. I was also wondering, because the workers for who this might be interesting, they would definitely not be able to speak Dutch or read Dutch, and they would probably speak a lot of other languages. For employers, of course, they're probably both Dutch employers and others. We're fine to translate it, but I was just wondering how much is it a need for the Netherlands? And secondly, I think on our website, we would still publish the English. We would prefer to publish the English version instead of the Dutch version.
I think it was a question to Miriam. I was waiting until the translation goes. But the simple answer is, of course, keep it in English only. I think translation is needed from other languages to English. So perhaps we actually, with Marcin, we did it for the first time. We wrote something in Polish. Normally, we write everything in English because of the very fact that we were thinking about posted workers who might prefer to read in Polish first. So we've decided to do it this way. But I think generally the purpose of translation is to translate everything into English and not necessarily everything into all other languages. I believe that it is important to translate our work to Spanish, to Portuguese, and perhaps to Polish language because of the workers who are coming from these countries, who are posted from these countries. They need to understand, and not all of them would speak English. But in case of the Dutch work, I think the Dutch language is not necessary. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sí, el documento ha sido enviado a traducirse ya, o sea que ya está en
Thank you.
proceso.
Okay, so the document has already been sent to translation, so right now we can't change much. In the meantime, we can publish the information in the English language that we already have. This language version will for sure be available. So if our Dutch partners prefer documents in the English language, that's not an issue for us. However, we have already commissioned translation, so we can't do anything at this point.
Okay, I think this is sorted out. Shall we go to the video blogs or? Anything else about the reports? I see no hands in the air. So let me tell you a few things about the video blogs. We're supposed to produce 30 short videos and place them on the informative portal. And there is none produced yet. I have managed to write 10 scenarios for 10 vlogs. Some of them are very short, like 2-3 minutes. Some of them are up to 10 minutes. And that's, I think, for video message, it's a long one. But the longer one deal with more complicated issues. So I start with the very simple questions like what is posted worker and what does posting mean? Then we go to the basic of the posting, which is understanding the freedom to provide services in EU. Then we have one vlog on the rules that are self-imposing from the receiving member states. So the catalog of the so-called core employment conditions that are applicable irregardless of which country is chosen to rule the contract. Then we have a short video on what is portable document A1 and its significance. And then we have a more political issue like what is social dumping and what is fair posting, what does it mean? I'm very hesitant about publishing this one because it's controversial, but I've developed it to a more complicated one. Like, for instance, without touching the buzzword social dumping, what are the benefits of posting of workers for all the actors? So it's more complementing the workforce, the local workforce, rather than pushing it out. I tried to present it this way. What I need definitely as a counterbalance to this is all the pitfalls and dangers that are associated with the cross-border situation. So, but I will come to my questions to you in a second. Then I have one about avoiding double taxation, which I think is very, very useful. It's because every time you cross the border, there is a question in which country you should pay personal income tax. And basically, if you do nothing, you are eligible for taxation in both countries. So you need to act in a positive way to select the country in which you will be subject to taxation in the personal income tax. And there are, of course, there is, of course, explanation that most of the countries, all of the countries actually in EU, have signed the bilateral agreements on avoiding double taxation. And there are rules which are repeated in those agreements, in those bilateral agreements. So they look fairly similar to each other. And there is a rule of 183 days after which you should be paying taxes in the receiving member state. So this is a long one, of course. And then we come back to social security questions. And I have two video blogs here, two scenarios. One is for, and since I'm speaking with expert, I will use the shortcuts. One is related with Article 13, so working in 2 or more member states. And the other is related to Article 12 as a special rule. So this one is addressed to posted workers. And all of these video blogs can be illustrated, and I've made an experiment here to illustrate it with an example of a person who crosses the border and has very particular, very concrete situation, which is described according to the criteria of determining the applicable legislation in the Social Security. This can be done also as a, not necessarily as a just a speaking head, but also as a talk, as a interview. So the last one is also about Social Security, but under Article 12. As you see, I will, of course, I'll be happy to share this with you. This is still work in practice, in progress after the meeting. But as you can see, all of them, all of these scenarios are related to general questions like Social Security, taxation, or working conditions. And they were relatively simple to create them. What I would need your help in doing is the missing 2 videos per country on specific issues about posting to agriculture. So a case, describing a case when we post a worker in agriculture to your country. So imagine your country is a receiving country, and that would be, I think, the best illustrated in the video. And the second one in the manufacturing sector. Because there, of course, there are differences. In agriculture sector, we have already established that the most popular form would be probably seasonal work. So not necessarily, also including posting, but not necessarily by posting. So explaining seasonal work in cross-border situation would be something really very valuable, which I can do, but I think it would be best if each of the partner prepared such scenario for yourselves. And the other sector would be the manufacturing sector. And here we would have more important information, and it will differ from country to country, about collective labor agreements, which are applicable in case of manufacturing sector. And I think it would be best if I ask you to try to write a scenario. I will give you my scenarios as an example. To write a scenario like that. Usually the scenario is 1 page long. 1 page means 4 minutes speaking. So it's a middle range video blog. We have agreed, I think, in our kickoff meeting that these video blogs will not be like half an hour or 1 hour, but there will be very condensed and informative video materials. So I would kindly ask you to try to write such scenarios. Of course, I will be happy to discuss them with you, correct them with you, if you feel that this is useful and necessary. But it would be very helpful if I don't have to write all 30 scenarios for the video vlogs, for the vlogs. One last word. Of course, we are behind the schedule. The video blogs should be already being slowly placed on the websites. They are still in the scenario phase. But I think once we have the scenarios just rolling, filming the clips will go faster than the creative parts. Susanne is asking about the list. The answer is very simple. What I need is 2 video blog scenarios per country on conditions of specificalities of posting in agriculture and of posting in manufacturing. And that's a simple way to approach it. But also, Susanne, from you, I would really love to have a third one, which is about the what you said before, the downsides or the pitfalls of the posting. So because indeed we see only, but from the perspective of our institute, we almost see only good practices. And it's very nice. It's very pleasant. We see how companies want to be compliant, how they approach us with these questions, like how do we do this in order, not to make a mistake, not to harm anyone. We want to be compliant. So it's a beautiful world, but you have a different perspective. And that different perspective, I think, is underrepresented in our project. I hope it's a margin. I really believe that that most of posting is genuine and it's just does the job. But we cannot be silent about the abuses that are used by using this tool, but in an inappropriate way. And of course, after viewing such blog, one should ask, okay, what can we do about this? Because like extinguishing fires is too late. We would need some preventive tools. So if I may ask you don't even have to write these 2 scenarios, the first 2. I'll do them, but if I may have something that you actually do well, that would be great. And really, 2 to 3 pages is 3 pages is a lot. It's too much, I think. 1 to 2 pages would be yes. Okay, I've seen Angel first, and then Marcin, please.
Bien, gracias. Sí, no, por mi parte no hay ningún problema
Thank you.
en elaborar esos 2 guiones.
Of course, no problem for me to prepare 2 scenarios. But I would like to add a few more details. And if you tell me, Marek, that has been done, that's very good. Because we do not want to duplicate work.
Específicamente, ¿qué es lo que quieres que diseñemos?
We would like to get information about what we need to prepare. For Spain, I have really no idea what to do for these 2 scenarios. So perhaps you could tell us what topics we should cover. In Spain, we have quite a lot of immigrants, mostly from Morocco, who work in the mining sector. And their situation is quite difficult. They're vulnerable. And recently, I've heard that workers from Morocco and Romania were detained. Actually, the companies were detained, which actually employed hired immigrants coming to Spain, and these workers were meant to be posted workers, and it was not a letterbox company, but it was some news I heard last Friday, so I will be looking for more information. So this could be interesting as well, to find out what topics would make interesting vlogs. I would prefer to wait for your suggestions before I start working on my scenarios. Okay?
I will answer immediately. We are not producing the news department of the television. So please be very careful with the new cases. I think we have a very nice case of being on the edge from Spain, which is Terra Fecundis. I don't know whether you've heard about this case, which has been already solved by the court. So we can learn from that perspective where the law was not obeyed, where the law was broken, and where it was not really posting of workers. What was the kind of abuse? With the news like this, that you said it's only last Friday news, I would be very cautious about it, especially because it can be a worse scenario, or we just don't know the case yet. So if I may ask you to use the cases that are already, that we know for sure that there was an abuse, and we can actually describe what the abuse was about. That's very useful. And yes, feel free if you think you have a better material than my suggestion. My suggestion is always the same. 2 scenarios. One, how to post a worker to agriculture in agriculture, and second, how to post a worker in manufacturing sector to your country. So imagine you're a receiving member state, and you describe the conditions of legitimate, genuine posting in these 2 sectors. And they will differ. They will differ because of seasonality. They will differ because of labor collective agreements. And all those information on the differences are very useful for the viewers. But if you want to make a material about abuse and how posting is circumvented, how posting rules are circumvented, then of course it's even better and more useful materials as a warning material. So yes, feel free to do this as well. I will give floor to Marcin, Susanne, and Ola. Marcin first.
Okay. Thank you, Marek. Well, I just thought perhaps when it comes to those case law, what could be useful could be both what Marek proposed. So those scenarios that he has come up with already. That will be provided to you, but also there is this report which was carried out under the auspices of the European Commission, which talks about this is the study supporting the monitoring of the Posting of Workers Directive 2018/957. So the revision directive, a huge study prepared by under the auspices of the European Commission, especially by the ECORIS and Hiva Leuven, and they in that study they do have some exemplary basically case studies concerning various areas of intra-EU labor mobility. For instance, they've got a study on temporary work agencies. They've got study on seasonal workers, indeed, in the agricultural sector, or the bogus self-employment and temporary cross-border work, and so on, right? So I thought that perhaps I could send it to you guys, or perhaps to you, Angel, to provide to everybody just as a reference, right? And thirdly, when it comes to the Terra Fecundis case, which Marek mentioned, when it comes to Spain, there is this Spanish report, Angel, produced by the professors from Comillas University, by our friend Dolores, who's a professor there, and Oscar Hernandez, who's the professor also in Madrid, and they describe this case in detail. The study is in English, but of course we are happy to, if you wanted to contact them perhaps directly, we're happy to provide the contacts as well to them if this proves useful. So I will be sending this study to you perhaps sometime after this meeting, just in case perhaps you could find it useful. Okay, thank you. And I guess over to you, Suzanne.
Susanne?
Yeah, I was not sure if I should go already. Yeah, I had a very small question because I remember when with the application we did not only would focus on the two sectors and also on the seasonal work, but we would also, if possible, highlight the issue of recruitment of employment agencies. So I was wondering, do we need also one block on that, or will we get some attention also to this aspect because we promised it in the application?
Absolutely yes. And if you don't want to write the entire scenario, just send me the title, the need for the area to be covered with these blogs. I'm not sure if we were supposed to do this in the form of vlogs. I remembered in the application this was supposed to be 27 member states and two general informations about what is posting and about how to do social security puzzle. But we've agreed in the kickoff meeting that we will focus on more important specific problems rather than write instructions for all 27 member states, because posting to Cyprus is, I mean, yeah, it's good if the information is there, but I think Ella should do this, not us. We should be more concerned on where the real problems are. So absolutely yes. If you feel this is a needed topic, you can give me a scenario, a short description that I will turn into scenario. I'll be happy to do this. But also just a description of the topic would be sufficient. So yes, let's do this. Ola.
Dziękuję. Nie wiem, czy
Thank
dobrze
you.
też zrozumiałam
I don't know if I have understood correctly, so let me reverse my question that I intentionally wanted to ask. So the question was about recruitment. You mean to the Netherlands? Agencies hardly ever post workers. They simply mostly employ the people in a given country, and infrequently they post. But tomorrow I will have a meeting with a person at the ministry, and this will be dedicated to the recruitment of Polish nationals to the Netherlands. So perhaps I will find out more information about what information is needed to do that activity. Coming back to the vlogs, I was thinking, who do we want to make these vlogs for? Because quite a lot of information is very official, very technical. And if we wanted the vlogs to reach such audience as, for example, workers, posted workers, they could also be interested in very down-to-earth matters. For example, what does the accommodation look like? Where do you do your shopping? Where do you go to the office to do with some official business? I believe these matters are maybe not very interesting to the Commission, but they could be very interesting to the workers posted to another country. They will want to even find out whether their security contributions are paid. Where should they go? Or if they feel threatened, what should they do? Where should they do their shopping? How do you set up a bank account? What banks are friendly towards foreign nationals? So just basic information for people who just have come to a country. I can see that quite a lot of people come to Poland from abroad, and I can see that they are lost. They don't know how to navigate. They don't know where to go, what the documents they should carry when they come to Poland. And these are very down-to-earth matters, well, trivial matters, but they could be of interest to the workers coming to a new country. And of course, official information about the regulations is important, but just down-to-earth information is also interesting. Well, I am just afraid I am not an expert in that respect. I don't know if I would be able to answer these questions. So I believe it makes sense to provide such information, and such information would be useful, but I'm not sure we are in a position to best answer these questions. So I'm asking you, are you able to provide information of that kind into your vlogs? Then it would be fantastic.
Napisać dla Polski i wysłać.
I could write a scenario for Poland about that, and I could send it to you. Very well. Artur?
Yes, I have just one remarks to the previous topic, but I think it could be very important because we are working on the daily basis with the people. And if they're asking us the question, so not everybody are a patient. So sometimes the people expect that we be just, for example, answer the question in 1 minute, so 15 minutes, so on. So I think the good idea is that we put it information on the website. That's, for example, the people we don't get the information that they want from the chatbot, and they have to turn into the expert. And for example, the answer is coming, for example, we'll be answering, for example, in 3 working days, because we are busy as well, and we have everybody have own capacity. So sometimes we not able to, for example, answer in 15 minutes on even 1 hour or so on. So I think this condition is supposed to be put on the website. Only the question is, it will be put 1 working days, 3 working days. We, for example, in the trade union, we use our trade union, we use the term on the condition for the ad will be answered in 3 working days. For example, I can get sometimes 200 questions per day, so an email. So this is a lot. Thank
you. Thank you very much. Before I ask Angel about his opinion on this, I would like to make a contribution to that. Perhaps there should be an automatic response to the form. Thank you for your questions. We are processing it and expect the answer in 3 working days. 3 working days is reasonable, I think. It's Angel, do you think it's feasible to make such tool?
Vamos a ver, yo creo que depende del volumen de preguntas que se puedan recibir, es obvio.
I believe that depends on the number of questions we will be receiving. If we receive just 2-3 questions, then we can answer them almost automatically and immediately. But if we get loads of questions, we will definitely need more time to respond to all of them. Even we will need time to look for information we do not have at hand. I believe that 48 hours or 72 hours is the maximum time frame to respond. If the answer is not too complicated. Especially, we want to help everyone who turns for help to us, and we want to give the answer to them as soon as possible. I believe that 2 or 3 working days is reasonable, and this is feasible as well.
Yes, I absolutely agree about the time span. I wouldn't write 72 hours. I would write 3 working days. Let's cherish our weekends. But the main question is, shall we have an immediate automatic answer with or even, as Arthur suggested, a note on the website that the answering your question may take from anything from 15 minutes to 3 working days. That I think it's a good idea. I just support what Arthur suggested. Yes.
Hombre, sí. Sobre la respuesta automática, yo no sé si técnicamente eso es muy complicado.
Autoresponder, this automatic response, I don't know if it's complicated to do this from a technical point of view.
Saber que en un plazo X va a recibir una respuesta.
It would be a very good idea to give feedback like this to the worker. Yes, we have your question. You will get your answer within 3 days. That is always received in a positive way. The problem would be, of course, if we are unable to answer within 3 working days. This will make a dent into our reputation.
Yes, I agree here, but then there should be another automatic response. So after 3 days, if the machine sees that there is no answer, he sends another automatic response. Your question is a little bit more difficult than we thought. Please show patience. Thank you very much. I even have an idea for the first autoresponder. It should say, answering your question may take anything up to 3 days. And in the meantime, please enjoy the information on our website and our video vlogs. And perhaps you can find answers there, answer to your question there. Arthur?
Yes, thank you, Marek. Yes, we use, for example, autoresponder that we give the answer in 3 working days. If the question is more complicated, you will get an answer in 7 working days. And of course, if you can answer before, and usually such like this, so the user, it will be get it information and answer much more earlier. The goal is with the autoresponder is the people that's asking us, they can be patient and they know the message and question was received from the expert, and they have just to wait for to get the answer.
thank you very much then. I have no other issues related to the video blogs. I will write down my kind request to you to write the rest of the scenarios and send them to me. And I will also send you two attachments. One will be the draft scenarios that I've already done. So for your reference, but also for your criticism, please write your comments directly on the file. And the second one will be my experiment. It's in the form of PowerPoint presentation. My experiment with ChatGPT, who failed immensely compared to our chatbot, who just said, "I don't know," which is a very good answer, as it seems. So if you have no other questions related to the report and to the video blogs, I think I will give floor to Mario to finish the meeting and to say what's next.
Ok. Então, desde logo, eu penso que tivemos aqui uma discussão daquilo que temos já para o futuro, o trabalho que estamos a fazer já a seguir.
We have mentioned what is still to be done in the future. We have vlogs to produce. It is an interesting topic, and this format will provide us with more tools, more information that we'll be able to share with workers and with businesses. And when it comes to our actions that still need to be taken, we will work on the following things. Until the end of this quarter, we need to organize meetings to promote the chatbot, the website. As I have said, this is something that we will do within our structure. We'll organize a meeting in May or in June. We have developed more or less the texts of promotional materials. In April, there's nothing we can do. We have a lot of meetings in our trade union, and there is Easter, right? For 2 weeks, everything will be closed. And on the 25th of April, there is a national holiday in our country, so we don't work during this period. So on the 13th of May, our organization will present our actions that we still plan to take, and I believe that somewhere at the end of June, we will move on to the next stage. In the following quarter, we will continue with the same activities, so dissemination, we will talk with our partners, trade unions. As you know, we do not associate partners from the agricultural sector, so we are going to invite our colleagues from the agricultural sector. We are going to invite some small, medium businesses because this matter is something that concerns them. We are going to engage more partners, contact more people who might find it interesting, and we will show them what we have done and ask them also to share the information with others. Okay, so that's all from myself, and I would like to ask Miriam to remind us of any other activities that remain to be done until the end of the year.
Yes. Sí. Me gustaría hacer una pequeña aclaración para el resto de países que estos
Thank you.
eventos que está comentando Mario
To start with, I wanted to clarify a few things.
en Portugal, en Polonia y en España.
As Mario has said, some of the promotional actions will take place only in certain states. For instance, only in Portugal or only in Poland. So at that point, we need to focus on these changes to the information website that we have mentioned. There are things that we still need to upload. There is the informative report that needs to be completed. Once the translation is ready, I'm going to share it with you. As we have agreed, you have 1 week to send in your comments. So first of all, let us focus on the informative report. Then we will move on to vlogs. And finally, the dissemination of information about our information website. Now, November. November is more or less where we could meet again, but if it's not convenient to you, we can always move the dates. So this is our plan for the next steps within this project. I remain at your disposal. If you have any comments, please contact me. But please remember that in the chat window, you have the questionnaires that need to be completed by all of you before the meeting is over. Thank you.
Obrigado, Miriam. Não sei se há algumas
Thank you.
perguntas.
Thank you, Miriam. Do you have any other questions? Are there any other things that need to be clarified? Okay, if not, let us. There is one more question from Suzanne. If the meeting in November will be online, I think so, yes?
Y la reunión será online.
Yes,
pues yo
yes,
creo que nos
the
quedamos
meeting will be held online.
Nos hemos quedado todos callados.
Yes, right. So I believe there's nothing left that needs to be discussed. So I wanted to ask our interpreters for the work, and I would like to thank our technical assistants for the support today. Yes. So thank you very much. Thank you for today, and see you again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Thank you a lot.
Bye.